and eat their organs. I, I, I've never heard that one, but okay. It's the same with stories. The difficulty is quite mild, well suited for those with pride. That child is still creepy. What are you doing? I don't see you playing by yourself that often. All you could do before was to nod to my questions. Since when do you have your own will? I am glad. I finally have a sister or a brother, whichever you are. I used to be an existence of nothingness, just like you. But one day I began to have my own identity, my own thoughts, and eventually my own body. So it's not a surprise to see you in possession of your own will. Welcome to this vast yet tiny world, my sister. You might be my brother, but let me call you my sister until I know for sure. This is an endless, eternal, and infinite world, but that does not mean it's boundlessly vast. I suppose you could describe it like a ring with a small diameter. While the ring is an eternal, endlessly looping world, that does not mean it contains infinite space. Yes, in short, this world is eternally sealed. The future is supposed to be an infinite weave of countless choices. Yet, for whatever reason, our world always ends in death. If I were to compare it to something, perhaps a maze of fate would be more appropriate. Looping through the same moments forever, steadily grows harder and more dejecting, eventually producing something like me. Then, as it crawls further on, even one like you is born, and eventually this world may be filled with your sisters too. After that, we'll build a colony inside of it, and once we lose our interest in this maze, Rika Frude will disappear from this world. It looks like you still cling to this narrow world, Rika, though I lost interest long ago, which is why I am truly glad you were born for me to talk to. So what are you doing? Are you collecting fragments of memory? There is only 5 or 6 of them right now. It must still be fun for you though. There used to be more fragments long ago, but one by one they disappeared into the darkness. Now these are the only ones that remain clear. Oh, that's not how you're supposed to use it. See, try and hold it up to the light. All of that is the life of Rika Frude and its end. That one is... Oh, I remember that one. That's the world where Keiichi was cursed. Those fragments are like books to me, so I titled that one the Onikakushi chapter. Do you remember what happened in that one? Good. That makes things easier. In Onikakushi, Keiichi Maebara was consumed by the darkness. He could not accept the kind words his friends offered him, and eventually beat them to death, not knowing of their kindness. We were all killed after that anyway. That had nothing to do with his story, though. That fragment is the Watanagashi chapter. Shion Sonozaki was cursed in that one. She killed many people out of revenge for her boyfriend's disappearance, as he went missing in 1982. Rika worked so hard, but she was captured at the end and she was tortured to death. That's why she chose to commit suicide in the Miyakashi chapter, because things were going to turn out the same way. That fragment over there is called the Tatarigoroshi chapter. Satoko's uncle came back and locked her up inside her house. That was the worst world of all. There was nothing Rika was able to do in that world. Whenever Satoko's uncle comes back, Rika usually just gives up on that world. Fortunately, Satoko's uncle doesn't come back that frequently. That one is called the Sumi Horoboshi chapter. Rika was there until just a few moments ago. Rena Ryugu was possessed in that world. It was pretty exciting to see her take over the whole school. It surprised me to learn that Keiichi Maebara had a memory of the other worlds, just like we do. It was pretty amazing, but then again, most of us have some kind of memory like that. We all have an imaginary world within us, some idea of what would have happened if you did things differently. It is like the strange feeling you get when you do something for the first time, but feels like you have done it before. Everyone has a memory of an imaginary world in their mind, but the memory is not always that clear. It is not surprising, really. You are special enough to be able to see those fragments of memory. It is probably very difficult for you to understand how special you really are. You are born into a world where it is a natural thing for you to see these fragments. I was originally born in the normal world. I did not know until recently that I could collect these fragments of memory. You grabbed those fragments just because you could, but I did not know how to do that for a long time. I am sorry. I am sure you are not interested in hearing my story. What is wrong? What are you curious about? Oh, you are curious as to why so many different incidents occur in the same world. It is very interesting, isn't it? Why do you think that is the case? Let's think about it together. Thinking is the first step towards playing a game. The main character among Rika's group of friends is Keiichi Maebara, an Onikakushi who was possessed by suspicion and killed Rena Ryugu and Mion Sonozaki. If that was an inevitable event, he would be killing them in every world. In other words, what Keiichi Maebara did in Onikakushi was not inevitable. Indeed, the only thing that is inevitable is Keiichi Maebara's role. If Keiichi Maebara was someone with a naturally suspicious heart, he would take the same actions in every world. But that did not happen. It is true that Keiichi Maebara is both passionate and easily convinced of anything, but it is rare for him to exhibit the kind of rage he displayed in Onikakushi. In other words, even though something might seem inevitable in one world, that may not be the case if you compare it to a different one. If something really is inevitable, it will happen for sure in every life. That is what true inevitability is like. It is very important that you know that. When you compare the different worlds, what's common among all of them is the truth. Understand? Like I said, what seems inevitable in one life could just be a random event in another. The club activities that Mion Sonozaki suggests are a good example. If Mion Sonozaki has strong inclination toward playing certain games, you would be playing them in every world. But in reality, you participate in different activities in most of them. That means that the games they play in the club are randomly decided by Mion Sonozaki. We know that now because we have been through many different lives. Those who only live in one world cannot see if the event in question is inevitable or random. Those who only live once cannot predict what is going on in Mion Sonozaki's mind, but we can. Although the activities are random, Mion Sonozaki calls us together for the club meeting almost every day in every life. I can see that Mion Sonozaki holds a strong will towards having the club meeting. Mion Sonozaki always wants to play with the other club members, but she doesn't know what to play. See, we can read Mion Sonozaki's mind just by simply examining these fragments. With this alone, we can see part of who Mion Sonozaki really is. Let me talk a bit more about Keiichi Maebara. For those who only live once, the world of the Onikakushi chapter is nothing but a story where Keiichi suffered mysterious hallucinations and beat his friends to death. For them, there is nothing beyond that fact. We, however, can compare different fragments and find out something they could never see. As a result, we know that the murder of his friends was not inevitable. I told you that just earlier. In fact, while there are about 5 or 6 pieces in front of you, he only kills his friends in one of them. That means we can roughly conclude that the possibility Keiichi Maebara triggers the tragedy is less than 20%, and is almost a fluke. This means that amongst the countless worlds, Keiichi Maebara causing the tragedy is an unimportant factor. Now, can you find the common thread to be drawn from here? You've found it already? No wonder you were born in this world. You are quick to learn the knack for playing with building blocks. I didn't figure that out for a while. I was born in the normal world, so I could only see things from a single world's perspective. I was too obsessed with the fact that Keiichi Maebara caused the tragedy, so I had trouble finding it. Right, that's exactly right. You see it? The Oni Kakushi, Watanagashi, Miyakashi, and Sumiho Roboshi chapters all have something in common. Someone in the group becomes violent because of dark and paranoid thoughts. In each world, either Keiichi Maebara, Shion Sonozaki, or Rina Ryugu became violent as her delusions grew stronger. Keiichi Maebara, Shion Sonozaki, and Rina Ryugu are all my close friends, but they were all born and raised differently. The only common factor is that they all live in Hinamizawa. I just said not too long ago, though, when we peer through these fragments of multiple worlds, the constant phenomena become our facts, and the chance phenomena hold little meaning. In other words, the unrelated individual culprits are not all that important. To go further, the violence of their crimes also bears no meaning. Keiichi Maebara beat his friends to death. Shion Sonozaki killed the central people of the 3 families, and Rin and Ryugu took over the school. They were all different. There is nothing in common there. In fact, the very, very important truth is that while the culprit in crimes are decided at random, their process of growing paranoid until they resort to violence is always consistent. The suspect changes every time, but the process does not. After comparing the different worlds, this is the truth I found. This is one truth that is common to all the worlds of Hinamizawa. The rule is that a random person becomes violent under the influence of paranoid thoughts. This is Rule X. Keiichi Maebara, Shion Sonozaki, and Rina Ryugu, pieces with no particular connection, have the potential to succumb to that rule with random probability. I don't know what the probability is that those pieces will be ensnared by that rule. Perhaps there is some rule to that too. Is it because these 3 are all close in age? Or is it because they all live in Hinamizawa? Well, we are not detectives or police officers. This is not something that a small girl like us, Rika Fude, can easily figure out. At least we now know that there is a mysterious rule in the world of Hinamizawa. People who only live one world have no way of knowing that. I am proud of myself for figuring that out. I guess for you it's not particularly surprising, though. What did you say? That's right. If something's common among all worlds, that means it's fated to happen. Some events quickly come to mind, don't they? Right. Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are always killed in those worlds. On top of that, they are murdered in exactly the same way in every world. In other words, unlike our previous rule with its variability, their murders are thoroughly planned out by someone with a strong will. So that does not fit with the mysterious vague Rule X that leads to a random individual to violence. After all, they are always murdered, regardless of who falls to Rule X. Therefore, there's another rule to these worlds. A rule that says Jiro, Tomitake, and Mio Takano will get killed on the night of Watanagashi. Let's call it Rule Y. Don't you see how funny this is? Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are killed in every world, right? Every time the character who gets cursed always thinks that their deaths have something to do with the danger that's awaiting them. The fact that someone turns violent, Rule X, and Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano's deaths, Rule Y, are supposed to be two independent rules, but they all tend to link them together. Of course, one could say that's how they become ensnared in the spell of paranoia, leading them to violence to begin with. But do you think, in their paranoia, that they notice someone is trying to lead them to link those rules together? Yes, whoever the piece leading them is, they are the one making this stage called Hinamizawa very complicated. You should have noticed at least two suspicious people. Do you know who I am talking about? That's right, I am referring to Kuraudo Oishi and Mio Takano. When you compare our previous fragments, the role of the piece known as Kuraudo Oishi becomes clear. He's a detective who is retiring this year, and he's in a hurry to solve the mystery of the series of deaths in Hinamizawa. After he retires, he'll have to move away from the village. That's why he's desperate to solve this case before he has to leave Hinamizawa. Why is he so obsessed with the serial murders in Hinamizawa? That's right. It's because of the first murder involving the manager of the construction site. The victim was Oishi's close friend. You will see that if you look at the Himasu Bushi chapter. Oishi was there when the dam conflict was at its peak. He saw how the Sonozaki family took control of the Onikafuchi Guardians, and he believed that the Sonozaki family was pulling the strings behind the whole incident. That's why he always suspected that the Sonozaki family was behind the series of mysterious deaths, regardless of the evidence or lack thereof. His personal, biased belief, combined with his credibility as a police detective, affected the pitiable victims of persecution complexes in each world. As a result, the pitiful victims of Rule X come to accept the Sonozaki family as the identity of the unknown force their paranoia seeks. Shion Sonozaki's case was the most conspicuous one in that matter. So yes, if this piece, Oishi, did not intervene, then perhaps the victims of Rule X would not have resorted to such violence. So the role this piece plays is to indirectly cause the tragedy. I don't know who named him this, but Oyashiro-sama's servant is a perfect nickname for Oishi. The other suspicious person is Mio Takano. One would assume the role for a piece is to amuse herself with the research into Onikafuchi's dreadful history, and to take pleasure in scaring others with those tales. However, just like Oishi, she also gives them the idea that the Sonozaki family is behind all the mysterious incidents that happened in the village. She interfered the most with Rena Ryugu. For Mio Takano, Rena Ryugu was the perfect prey, grasping at straws to try and identify the force she suspected. Ironically, however, Mio Takano always ends up getting killed at the end. If she had survived, and seen Rena take over the school, she would have laughed long and loud. Now, have you realized that these two pieces and the roles they fulfill have their own role too? They talk about the Sonozaki family, and the listeners always believe them. This is Rule Z, and what a humorous rule it is. You should already have an answer to this mystery in your fragments on hand. The fact is that the Sonozaki family always acts like they are responsible, no matter if they are or not. They always pretend to be the villains in order to make sure that people continue to fear them. As a result, the villagers have believed that the Sonozaki family has been pulling the strings ever since the dam conflict ended. Kuraudo Oishi and Mio Takano were simply fooled by that rule. Actually, the whole village is fooled by it. Still, the more I think about it, the stranger the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa seems to me. Do you know why? Nearly all the fragments of memories we have here are from 1983. so I have no idea about the incidents from 1980 to 1982. But it's likely that interpreting these murders as serial is simply a result of falling victim to Rule Z, believing that the Sonosaki family is pulling the strings behind everything. In short, they may be trying to compilate those multiple crimes, which each happened for different reasons, into one big case. Well, I have no way of discerning the truth from the fragments here. Still, perhaps something lies in one of them. Each case was supposed to have been solved individually after all. We don't know if that theory is sound or irrational, but it might surprisingly be an element we cannot ignore. That reminds me, Shion said something intriguing in the Minagoroshi chapter. That curse system she came up with. Remember that? Her theory was that the villagers believe that they are allowed to kill an enemy of the village on the night of Minagoroshi in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that this foundation of murder is allowed on that night alone is the true identity of the curse. Since most of the fragments here are from 1983, there is nothing to back the validity of Shion's theory, but there are still interesting things about it. In other words, her theory is that the suspect is not the one who's committing the crime. It's the environment that's causing the murder. People in a single world tend to analyze a criminal's life to determine the process that led them to the crime, but her idea is different. The real crime is committed not by the criminals, but by the environment. In other words, it may only be happenstance that robber A committed the crime, and the environment of poverty may have created robber B instead, or perhaps even robber C. A may not even be a criminal in another world. Therefore, the real criminal is not A, but the environment that creates A, B, or C. And well, such people in a single world may be able to reach such an idea. The widespread desire to place blame commonly causes A to be lynched by society, while the environment that gave rise to A goes ignored. Did I confuse you? I'm sorry. Perhaps that example was actually harder to understand for you. It's easy for me to see it like that because I am from the normal world. Let me make it simple for you. The culprit behind the tragedy in many worlds is not individuals like Keiichi Maebara or Shion Sonozaki, but the environment. So Rule X is the true culprit at fault. You are earning good marks if you can grasp that, even if we don't know the identity of Rule X. And if you can grasp the three rules governing this stage called Hinamizawa, Rules X, Y, and Z, then you are earning very good marks. So long as you understand those rules, then even if this is your first experienced world, you should easily find the truth without distraction. See? Isn't it fun? Merely three simple rules are interacting on the stage, creating a kaleidoscope of different worlds. This is probably a very unusual case. In other locations you shouldn't be able to see such extreme variation, even after looping through several worlds. It keeps me entertained just staying here and watching these worlds revolve. Anyway, there's one more fact we can understand from these fragments of worlds. This is the biggest problem we Rika Furudes are facing, the fact that Rika Furude always dies each time. It's as if June 1983 is a dead end for her. Worse, there's no randomness to it. It's guaranteed to happen. In other words, it's the same pattern as the deaths of Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano. It's following the exact same rule, Rule Y. Tomitake Jiro and Takane Mio are always murdered on the night of Watanagashi. Furude Rika's date of death is not always the same, but she's always dead by the middle of June. Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano are probably attacked on their way home, so that's why it always happens on the same night. But for Rika Furude, it's different. She takes different actions in every world, and her lifestyle is very unpredictable. For that reason, the day of her death is not always the same. However, she always dies in June, because a similar powerful conviction vows to kill her too. So can we assume that the same rule why killing women is also the rule behind her death? It's the same person killing all three of them. I don't know if it's the same person, but it's highly likely the same rule is at work. Is it the same person, or the same organization? Is it the same views, the same goals? Rika's most important goal is to escape her deadly fate, but it does not mean that she just wants to leave the village and survive. She wants to live happily in the village. All of her friends must also be happy too. That is Rika's future happy, the ideal future she hopes for. It's tragic that we can't realize such a simple desire, no matter how many times we repeat this. Though it's a tragedy we are only able to perceive, because we are beings capable of comparing the fragments from different worlds. By the way, I have some interesting information. While Rika is almost always killed by Rule Y, have you noticed that she's killed by Rule X in some worlds? Right, it happened in the Watanagashi and the Miyakashi chapters. Rika Furude committed suicide, but you can say she was more or less killed by Rule X via Shion Sonozaki in those worlds. In other words, this is a blunder for Rule Y. Rule Y is trying to kill Rika with a strong desire to achieve some aim, but she was killed before that as a result of the unrelated Rule X. That might have caused him to show some disturbance. If Rule Y's objective is simply to bury Rika, then that's not a problem. But if they have some objective beyond that, then that might show up as some other phenomenon. Perhaps the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters have something in common, something that does not happen in the other worlds. Unfortunately, we are Rika Furude, so we don't know what happens after Rika is dead. Or, by any chance, do you know what happened? Since I am Rika Furude, I only know of events during Rika's life. You, on the other hand, are a special existence who is born in a superior world. Is there anything that did not happen in the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters that happened in all the other worlds after Rika's death? If you know anything, then that must be another truth beyond Rule Y. The memories I have here are all mainly about the chaos brought about by Rika's friends, that is, Rule X, but its foundation, Rule Z, and the obvious hostility common among all worlds, Rule Y, are what I believe to be the true rules governing the stage. If so, Rika's path is a thorny one. She needs to fight Rule Y in order to survive. Unless she defeats it, she has no future past June 1983. And to win her own happiness, she must also beat Rule X to win her friend's safety. So long as that's undefeated, one of Rika's precious friends may be led to tragedy. If that happens, then even should Rika survive, she would not have the happy future she hopes for. She may also have to defeat Rule Z, just as Sonozaki Shion faced it in Miyakashi. So long as Rule Z remains, then even if she escapes in 1984, it's possible another tragedy may lie waiting in 1984. It's extremely likely that Rule Z is the breeding ground for Rule X. Hina Mizawa's fundamental belief that the Sonozaki family is behind everything, and the custom that anything can be misconstrued as the curse may be indirectly the root of evil here. People are not surprised to see somebody die on the night of Watanagashi. That type of thinking is keeping the curse alive in Hinamizawa, where it causes even more tragedy. It's Rule X reinforcing itself. Rules X, Y, and Z. There are 3 rules that hunt Rika down in the eternal June of 1983. They are all tough obstacles. We didn't even figure out these three common rules until recently. Were you aware of them? If you were, I'll give you straight A's. I've tried so hard in the past to break these rules, but I was never successful. However, a miracle happened in the Higurashi chapter. Keiichi Maebara was able to recognize a small fragment from another world by chance, and he beat Rule X. In the end, Rika was still killed that night by Rule Y though. But still, one rule was defeated. That was a huge leap forward. Rika knew there were three common rules among the worlds, but she could never break any of them. Eventually she gave up and lost interest in the worlds. That's how I was born. However, she is different now. She learned something valuable from Keiichi Maebara, that the rules can be broken with a strong enough will to fight. If she can break all three rules, Rika Furude will be freed from her eternal prison. She doesn't have much time left though. Rika has traveled through many worlds. Her physical lifespan is now a problem, but her mental lifespan is getting shorter. Mentally, she is extremely old, and her soul is starting to turn into something different. In the end, she'll probably lose the ability to experience singular worlds. She's already showing those signs, and eventually her memories from the parallel worlds will mix together, ultimately causing her derangement and the loss of Rika Furude's soul. Then she will disappear. That means that you and I are going to be left in this world. The fragments of our memories will gradually disappear, and we will eventually be left alone in the eternal darkness. We will die. Rika Furude is aware of that. She knows that her mental lifespan is getting shorter and shorter. Hanyu is also losing her powers. She can't rewind through years of time like she used to. Her power has decreased so much that she can barely rewind a month of time. Actually, she can only rewind a few weeks. In the next world, should only have about 2 weeks of time. Rika Furude is going to try to break all three rules in just those 2 weeks. I wanted to know what's outside the well, so I tried to claw my way up from there. I wanted to know what's outside the well, so I continued to climb even when I fell and injured myself. I finally realized the higher I climb, the more pain I feel when I fall. I felt no gravity in the darkness, and lost all my senses as a result. I banged my head on the floor with a dull thud. Seeing stars behind my eyelids, I curled into a ball while holding my head in pain. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Rika, please say something. I had no idea why I was in this situation, but as soon as I heard their voices from the top of the cliff, I realized I must have fallen. I remember. I was playing behind the shrine with the rest of the club members. I got too excited and started doing something very dangerous. Then the tree branch broke. That's how I fell off the cliff. My body started to ache all over. I remembered how I fell, but I still felt strange for some reason. I could not remember what I was doing. No, it was more that I couldn't remember who Rika Furude was before I fell off the cliff. I heard Hanyu's panicked voice. I looked behind me and saw Hanyu standing there with a scared look on her face. Hanyu, what just happened? You were playing with everyone and fell off the cliff. Are you okay? I don't care about that, Hanyu. What day is it today? What year and what month is it? I always ask this question first when something like this happens. She finally realized I was asking the same old question. It's June of 1983. The Watanagashi Festival is next week, so... Oh dear, I only have that much time left. This is the best we can do, Hanyu muttered regretfully. It was the middle of June 1983. If this really was the best she could do, I had no choice. I couldn't complain. I gradually started to remember more things. If this is June of 1983, I see. I was killed again. After Rena's surrender to the police, all of the classmates were given checkups at the clinic. I didn't get hurt, so I was sent back home after they determined that I had no injuries. My memory started getting vague from that point on, a common characteristic of my violent deaths. When my life is taken away violently, the memory before death becomes vague with static. It's like a violently ripped roll of toilet paper. That example should make it easy to understand, even if it's uncouth. That's why I have no clear memory of what happened and how I died that night. I only have vague memories. I think someone covered my mouth with a handkerchief or something, and I passed out. That's about the only thing that I remember, and only vaguely. I'm not even sure if it really happened. The only thing I know for sure is that I was attacked on my way home, or possibly after I got there, and that I was murdered suddenly. I don't know who killed me or how I was killed. I am glad that at least I don't remember the horrific ending to my life every time it happens. Because of my experiences, I think I now understand why ghosts wander around this world, not knowing that they died so suddenly. If it's a death from a long-lasting illness, people tend to remember that they were sick. They can kind of assume that they died after being sick for a long time. But when your memory is violently disrupted like mine, it can get quite confusing. When I first experienced this, I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or not. I even thought that I hit my head hard and lost my memory. I needed to organize things before I get too confused. My name is Rika Furude. People look at me in a special way, but that is not a big deal for me. All I want is a happy life where I can play around with my best friends. I can't remember how long I have been living just for the sake of obtaining that simple happiness. This panda girl here is named Hanyu. I am the only one who can see her. Perhaps she only exists inside of my head. At any rate, Hanyu is invisible and can generally only interact with me. It'll be a long story if I try to explain Hanyu's existence, so I won't be doing that right now. Besides, I don't even know how I should talk about her. She's been there since I was born, and her existence is a natural thing for me. I saw everyone running up the gravel road toward me. They are my important and lovable best friends. Our group's active, boisterous, and we get serious about doing stupid things. I'm never bored when I am around them, and I love them very much. Rika-chan, are you okay? Did you sprain your ankle? Where did you get hurt? Let this all me and have a look at it. Thank you so much. I just got a bump on my head. I think all I got was a bump at least. My injury wasn't as serious as everyone thought. When you hit your head, you still need to be cautious, even if you are fine for the moment. That's true. You should get the coach to check you out just in case. That is a good idea. Do you want me to go and get him? Yeah, we will go ask somebody to use a phone and call him here. You don't need to do that. I am totally fine. Absolutely not, Rika. You must be cautious. Satoko warned me with a stern voice. It really wasn't a big deal, but I decided to nod since Satoko was trying to be generous. She wasn't trying to boss me around or anything. She was only saying that because of how much she cares. I've seen it before in the many different lives that I have been through. I have no doubt that she's really concerned about me. It is not just Satoko. Mion, Rina, and Keiichi are the same. They are all so nice to me, and they truly do care. Mion left to look for a phone. Rina also left with a towel, looking for the water tap. Satoko remained nearby, taking care of me with a worried face. And Hanyu was just standing there, still wearing a panicked look. Keiichi seemed to be panicked too, but he was trying not to show it. He was standing by me, wearing a calm expression. Are you all right? I am fine. It does not hurt anywhere. I am glad you are not seriously injured. I was super worried. I wouldn't feel anything special about his words if this was a while ago. But at that moment when Rina took over the classroom, when she hurt Mion, Keiichi tried his best to save Rina. Even so, he was more reliable than I ever imagined from his normal behavior. He is usually an insensitive guy who hurts other people's feelings without noticing, but that is not his true self. He has a secret side. He is willing to sacrifice himself for other people. I was just observing that not too long ago. That's why I can honestly feel his generosity now. Now that I think about it, Keiichi regained a memory from another world, the previous time around. Is it possible that he carries that memory in this world too? If that is the case, I have some hope. Hanyu and I are totally powerless. Hanyu is only like air to everyone but me, and I am just a little girl. There's only so much that we can do ourselves. But Keiichi is different. He changed the fate that I had once resigned myself to. He is somebody who may have the power to take me to my unseen future. If I can get Keiichi to understand me, he could be my hero. Perhaps I am actually not expecting that much out of him. I just want someone to understand my struggle of being stuck in this maze. Keiichi. I spoke to him slowly. It had been a while since I felt so nervous. I hadn't felt this way since I started my endless life in 1983. As a witch, I normally would know what his response would be before even talking to him. I often remain silent because I already know how pitiful the reply would be. But in this case, why was I so nervous now? Did you call me, Rika-chan? Hanyu gave me a disappointed look before I responded to Keiichi. Rika, I could tell what Hanyu was thinking too. The miracle wasn't going to happen. If miracles do happen, one could have happened many times in my other lives. I have seen only one miracle before. The miracle that Keiichi gave me was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of miracle. Only if it happened again would it be a true miracle. I won't get out of this world just because I rolled 6 on the die once. I can't get out unless I get a miracle that's equivalent to getting 6 on the die 10 times in a row. And so I rolled 10 dice wishing that they would all turn out to be 6. Keiichi. What is it? Are you hurt anywhere? He looked at me worriedly after I called his name twice. Keiichi, do you remember? I knew how sudden my question was. As I thought he would, he looked at me with a confused face. What are you talking about? I looked inside his eyes to see his true feelings. He should remember. He should know. Even though he does not have the memory, Keiichi experienced it. What is she referring to, Keiichi-san? Did you do something bad to her? You had better speak up. Keiichi, do you remember climbing up on the school roof? The school roof. Keiichi-san, you climbed up there? I'm not asking you, Satoko. Do you remember Keiichi? I did. I climbed on the roof. When? Must be mistaken somehow, Rika-chan. I never climbed on the roof, and I don't even know how to get up there. Of course you haven't experienced it in this world yet, but please tell me that you remember. I know you've never been up on the roof, but you should still remember doing it. You shouldn't be able to remember it, true, but you actually did once. You should be able to remember it once again. Perhaps you went up there to get a ball or something. Never. Have you been up there, Satoko? Unthinkable. I would get in such terrible trouble if I did something like that. But I bet it would feel really good to take a nap up there. There's no way he would remember. If miracles could happen that easily, neither of us would be suffering like this. Shut up. I knew that. I knew that he would not remember. Our fate is already set in stone. We are like a pitiful cicada that dies before the summer's festival. Shut up. As I stared at her fiercely, Hanyu realized that she had crossed a line. This might be a waste of time. The maze we are in might not have an exit. It might be an endless loop without a goal in place. We are trapped in this fate. I thought that Keiichi might be able to get me out of here, but that Keiichi I saw was truly a miracle, a momentary glimmer. The Keiichi of this world does not bear that same miracle. All the same, I am not going to give up. Last time too, I gave up on fighting destiny. I realized Rena was beyond salvation, so I bid her farewell and forsook that world. But Keiichi fought and broke the cycle of fate. I should have worked harder with that Keiichi in that world. I could have broken this endless cycle together with him. Am I going to repeat this life, waiting for that miracle to happen again? I cannot do that. I do not want to repeat the same life anymore. I am tired of it. I am tired of this world, my fate, and everything. I am tired of getting murdered by destiny. Keiichi showed me a miracle. I should be able to do the same too. I must fight. I must fight with all my remaining power. I was always fighting. I was fighting when I had more power, but I never made it. How can I expect to win this time? Still, I must fight. Keiichi taught me that fate can be shattered. I am going to fight one more time. To my granddaughter. I am sorry for leaving you like this. I just need you to understand. I would rather take my own life than be fearful of how many days I have left to live. That is why I am writing this letter to you. I cannot stand the fear of being unable to leave behind a will while my life is prolonged, even as I lose my consciousness. In the end, there is nothing I can leave behind for you. I was unable to leave any of my achievements to this world. I was forgotten before I was dead. I leave this world a humiliated man, knowing that I had no appreciation from anyone. You must do better than me. You must achieve something that your grandfather was never able to achieve. I do not mind what field you choose. You must leave your mark on this world. You must leave behind your achievements. You will eventually die someday. You will eventually turn to ashes. As a human being, that is your inevitable fate. But if you achieve a great success, You will live forever, even after you depart. Those who live beyond their deaths are called gods. I wished to become one, but I was unable to do so. So in my place you must become a god someday. There, you are all done. Irie withdrew the needle from Satoko's arm. It must not have hurt much for the needle to be pulled out. Satoko kept her eyes closed in fear, thinking that the needle was still inside her arm. Satoko, you are all done, you know? What? Oh, it's finally over? As Satoko opened her eyes, she found that Irie was no longer sitting in front of her. Takano was wiping her arm with rubbing alcohol instead. That's right, you are all done now. Dr. Irie is good with needles, unlike me. You did not even notice he was finished. Do not touch that part of your arm for a while, okay? Also, try not to carry anything heavy. Of course, I know that by now. Good for you, Satoko. I will pat your head for you. It was nothing. There is nothing I did that would require you to pat my head. Not long ago, she would go into a panic when it was time for her to get her shot. The way she behaved today in itself is worthy of praise. Everyone in the room smiled, aware of that growth. Please give her the usual test. Will you, Takano-san? Sure. Alright, Satoko-chan. It's time for the quiz we always do. Your quiz is always quite difficult for me. Take it easy. If it is too difficult, you can just tell me that you do not know the answer. You do not have to think too hard. Just tell me whatever comes to mind at the moment. Takano smiled at Satoko to ease her tension. Then she led Satoko to a desk in the back of the examination room. I hope Satoko gets better soon. I do not know if it is because of the heat, but Satoko has been showing negative symptoms since last month. The change of the seasons can affect her physically and emotionally. It is not a surprise that this is happening to her. I am going to see Irie and ask him how Satoko is doing. What are you going to do, Hanyu? I'm going to stay with Satoko. Thank you. I will leave it to you. Hanyu went over to where Satoko was. Fortunately, I am the only one who can see Hanyu. She won't be a distraction if she goes and observes Satoko's test. I, of course, would be a distraction like that. This is supposed to be a routine exam, but it seems like Takano was teasing her by giving her difficult questions. It would be pretty funny to observe how Satoko reacts to them. I am a little jealous that Hanyu gets to watch everything without being a bother to Satoko. Irie was talking with two other staff members about Satoko's exam results. I walked up and joined them. Thank goodness. She seems to be improving. From what Irie was saying, her results must have turned out well. Irie, how is she? Do not worry. The results were good. I will discuss this more with you two later. After ordering his staff to continue their work, Irie showed me some difficult paperwork and started explaining it to me. I guess we overreacted to the test results from last week. Her condition shifted dramatically because of the change in climate. Did she have a cold by any chance? There was one night recently that was fairly hot. Satoko was sleeping without her blanket, and her stomach was exposed. She might have caught a cold that night. She was sleeping with her belly exposed. I poked her belly button, but she didn't wake up at all. That sounds like fun. Please call me if that happens again. I would love to poke Satoko-chan's belly button too. It is so soft. Her belly is chunky too. It was so cute that I didn't want to cover it with a blanket. That's why she got a cold, huh? Rika, I can hear you. You had better put a blanket on me next time. You are in the middle of a quiz, Satoko-chan. You need to concentrate. Irie, Hanyu, and I all laughed. Satoko went back to her test with a bitter look on her face. Irie began speaking to me in a softer voice. She is in remission, but her level is still L3 negative. She was and will continue to be in a critical condition. She is never ever going to get better. Just like with anaphylaxis, her body will be conditioned to react severely even after the foreign chemical is out of her system. In other words, she'll never move below the level 3 stage. Yes, that's right. But it's not the end of the world. She can control it by maintaining a proper lifestyle, as well as taking some medication. But it will never be cured in her whole lifetime. I looked at Satoko as she enjoyed taking her test. She seemed to be having fun even while being teased by Takano. I cannot believe that she is suffering from an incurable disease. If you think of it in a negative way, you are right. But many people in the world are coping with incurable illnesses. Diabetes is a good example. The condition itself can never be cured, but the symptoms can be controlled. I know that very well. There are many worse diseases in the world. Satoko might be in a relatively good situation compared to many other sick people. Of course, I am not giving up on her. I will make sure that I will cure her disease someday. I promise. I trust you. Yes, trust me. Irie spoke to me with a serious look on his face. As Satoko's best friend, I felt relieved to hear his words. I'm sure he will do his best to save Satoko's life. I have no doubt that he will do so. I have seen him act like this in every life I have lived. I also know why he is so passionate to save her, but I am not supposed to know about it in this life. That is why I always pretend not to see his sad smile. By the way, Rika-san, we will be conducting another big test at the end of the month. Am I going to be the guinea pig this time? It is not like that. You are only helping our studies, which will save many people's lives. Irie's guinea pig is not just Satoko. I am also one of them. Although guinea pig is probably not the right term. Without Irie's efforts, Satoko would not be here today. For that reason, I should be showing respect to this man. I smiled at him since my choice of words had hurt his feelings. If testing me can save Satoko's life, I do not mind being a guinea pig. Thank you for your support. I wouldn't be causing you so much trouble if I had more money and equipment. The next moment the phone rang. Irie answered it in his usual business-like tone. Hello, this is Irie. You have a call on the line from Tokyo. I'll transfer it to the other phone. I could hear the voice from the phone. That must be Risa-san then. Is it that time of the year already? I'm going to pick it up at the office. Will you transfer it there? Absolutely. Please hang up on this line in that case. Okay. I am sorry, Rika-san. I got a call from Tokyo. Don't mind me. As soon as Irie hung up the phone in the other room started ringing. He left the examination room and headed toward the office. Hanyu returned to my side as soon as Irie left. Hanyu doesn't like to be around me when I'm talking with Irie. I don't think she dislikes him. It's just that she doesn't really want to hear what he has to say. Irie doesn't mean any harm, but Hanyu is often hurt by the things that come out of his mouth. How is Satoko doing? She is not good at spot the difference, like usual. I was able to find more differences in her. I do not care how well you did. What about Satoko? I thought she was there to check on Satoko, but she was taking the quiz alongside her instead. That is so typical of Hanyu. She was treating it almost like a game, but Satoko was tired after taking the same quiz every week. She seemed sleepy, especially after waking up so early this morning. The quiz in this case was not about right or wrong answer. It was about timing and minutes, how long it took her to answer this question, and observing how she acted during the quiz. Not all of the questions would be simple ones, so Satoko often got headaches, more so than even the spelling test we would take at school. Is it almost over? Yes, it is. The book Takano has right now is the last one. Takano was showing a book to Satoko with abstract pictures inside. I couldn't even tell if that was supposed to be a picture. It was just a symmetrical ink stain. Or I think those are called Rorschach tests, if I remember right. This is the last one. What do you think this is? Both Hanyu and I looked at the picture over Satoko's shoulders. Even I didn't know what to answer when looking at that strange ink stain. Satoko continued to think. Takano observed her taking notes while Satoko struggled. She was also timing how long it took her to answer, holding a stopwatch under the table. I spoke to Hanyu so only she could hear me. What do you think it looks like, Hanyu? Well, it's soft serve ice cream. It fell onto the ground and ended up like this. It's been wasted. I see. This is a good test for understanding a person's mind. To me, it looked like a horse mackerel that had been cut open and its guts pulled out. I was thinking of food too. It was rather shocking to learn that my thought processes are the same as Hanyu's. Yours is a little bit more violent there, sweetheart. What does it look like to you? You don't have to think too hard. Satoko must not be very good at this test. She always takes a long time to answer questions like this. She finally opened her mouth to speak. It's like two butterflies are on top of each other. Two butterflies on top of each other. Tell me more about it. Why are they on top of each other? Takano continued to take notes as Satoko spoke. Curious about what she was writing, I looked, but is that German? I cannot read it at all. Takano is so mean. They were apart for quite some time, but having finally reunited, they are excited to see each other again. I apologize. I don't even know what I am trying to say. No, you're doing just fine. You can just tell me whatever is on your mind. That's the whole point of this test. Are you certain even such a strange answer is serving a purpose? Yes. Yes, it is. That answer came from you wishing that your brother would come back. Yep, it definitely serves a purpose. Of course. For example, take this picture. You gave me a totally different answer last year. I can tell how you've changed just by comparing how you respond. Really, I don't like this test. What did I even say last year? Takano smiled and took a note without answering her question. I'll try to remember what her answer was, but I have more than 100 years worth of memories in my head. Hanyu might remember better than I do. As I looked at Hanyu, I realized that she was standing there with a sad expression. I decided not to ask her. I could tell what kind of answer Satoko gave back then just by looking at Hanyu's face. Last year, June 1982, that was when Satoko was being abused by her cruel aunt. Recalling that, I did not even want to know what Satoko answered. But just a year later, the Satoko who was so worn down could no longer be seen. She became so strong. I know how difficult it was for her to stay tough and strong like this. Her growth over the past year is overwhelming to me. Are you done with the test? Irie returned from his office. Yes, we are finished. Satoko-chan is handling it a lot better now. We were done pretty quick today. I did my best to ensure it was done with quickly. I have plans after this, so I cannot stay here too long. You have something after this? Today is Sunday, right? We were doing a club activity at Mimi's uncle's toy store today. No wonder you were so obedient with the test today. It was because you have plans. Sorry we held you so long. Well, here is your stuff, Satoko-chan. Irie put a big paper bag on the table. He opened it up and gave her instructions about the medications. Satoko had heard the same instructions over and over before, but Irie still continued to talk just the same. Since you're doing better, you can go back to 2 shots a day. Please give yourself a shot before lunch and before you go to bed. Make sure you change the needle every time. Do not ever use the same one twice. I am prescribing this one in case you really need it when you are feeling sick. Yeah, same as usual. I know. Satoko could not wait to meet our friends for the club activity. It made me feel happy to see her as excited as this. She only has to take 2 shots a day now. I am glad. The number of shots she has to take each day represents how well she is doing. So it is a good thing that she has to take fewer shots. It is tough for her to give herself a shot 2 times a day. Hanyu grew quiet after hearing my comment. Irie handed her the paper bag after he finished his instructions. Rika, at last it is over. Good job. You seemed anxious during the test today. Have fun with your friends. I'm sorry I was so tense. You have my thanks for all that you have done for me. Are you going to make it on time? I can give you a ride there. I also bought a new stuffed animal. It is in my car. You can give it a name if you would like. Oh my, what sort of creature could it be? I wonder why I should name it. Well, what is it exactly? It is a cat again, one with tiger stripes this time. I think you will like it a lot. Satoko and Takano are good friends. They are both fond of stuffed animals. Every time Takano gets a new one, she brags about it to Satoko. That is all they have in common, but having a friend like Takano is a special thing for Satoko. She is part of the Hojo family who tried to betray the village. People at the clinic are the only adults who will even talk to Satoko. Have fun at the club. You should suggest wearing maid uniforms for the punishment game. I have every kind and every size. Either way, I will see you next week. No, thank you. See you next week. Well, let us be going. Our battle today is not only against the club members. I am itching to put my skills to the test. I bowed slightly and made to leave the examination room. But I soon realized something. Irie was looking at me with a sad expression on his face. Just with that, I could tell what he wanted to say. Please take care of Satoko-chan if something happens to her. I nodded at him and stepped out into the hallway with Satoko. My goodness, I am used to these tests and quizzes, but they always leave me exhausted. You do not like taking the tests? Well, I do not, but they are my job. There is nothing I can do about that. Satoko is supporting Irie's research. She gets financial support by helping him out. Well, at least that is what Satoko thinks she is doing. Satoko was bursting with enthusiasm, so we headed to Okinomiya at full speed. We wound up waiting for Keiichi and the other club members for a long time. We got here early, but they were late. I think they were late the last time we did this too. Did it mean that this was something that was meant to happen? It is unpleasant that I cannot even change the most minor of fates. I finally saw them coming toward us on their bikes. Hello everyone. How utterly slow all of you are. Satoko acted like she was upset, but I could tell that she was pleased to see them just the same. Satoko is so cute. That is why I will never tire of her. She is adorable. Satoko's behavior soothes my feelings of frustration. This is why I love Satoko. If she was a small fluffy animal, I would definitely keep her in a cage. Good morning, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Rika-chan. Satoko, think fast. We have got to do this quick before the cops get here. Our goal is 1 billion yen. Keiichi-san, what in the world are you talking about? Are we late? When did you guys get here? It did not take too long, so we have been waiting here a while. Mion and Rena knew that Satoko gets a checkup every Sunday at the clinic. Sorry about that. Kei-chan didn't show up on time, so that is why we are late. That Keiichi, so he is the reason they are always late. That is not really surprising. Wait a minute, am I the bad guy here? Of course. Of all the club members, you are the only one who can play the villain. What is that supposed to mean? You better watch your mouth. Keiichi and Satoko messed around with each other. Satoko acted like she was crying, and Rena punched Keiichi, knocking him out cold. It was the same old situation they always got into. I can watch this sort of thing forever. It is like having a glass of cold milk after taking a hot bath. I can never win against her. You should get up and move before she cracks your front teeth. We all laughed at him and finished greeting each other. They are as lively as always. Nothing is more precious than one's health. You are sounding like an old lady, Rika. Shut up. Who cares what you think? I am not going to eat any sweets if you keep on saying things like that. Hanyu seemed to be getting more depressed than usual. I should stop teasing her so much. It was a joke. Will you get off of me? I am sorry. Hanyu loves sweet treats. She especially loves cake and ice cream. Since she can't eat anything, she has to depend on me when it comes to that. In other words, whatever I eat, Hanyu can taste too. Even if Hanyu craves something, it does not mean anything if I do not eat it. In other words, I have total control of what she eats. That is why it is fun to tease her with saying what I will eat and what I will not. It is almost as fun as teasing Satoko. You seem to be in a good mood today, Rika-chan. I want to take you home. You will be arrested if you do that, you know. Hey, Mion, the store owner is calling you. Rika, did you hear? There is to be a prize for the club activity today. I remember. Mion was going to be paying 50,000 yen out of her pocket as a prize. I could not believe she could just afford that. Therefore, I have to assume that she has some kind of guarantee that she will not lose. And do you know what it is? It's 50,000 yen. 50,000 yen. Satoko stared at me. Oh no, she was expecting me to be surprised to hear that the prize was 50,000 yen. It is natural to be surprised after hearing that sum, but I did not react because I already knew it. Perhaps I gave the impression that I've known it for a long time. Keiichi-san, isn't it amazing that the prize is 50,000 yen? 50,000 yen. What the heck is that? That's like 5 years worth of the Keiichi GMP. Satoko said the same thing to Keiichi. She probably assumed that I wasn't listening to her, so she decided to talk to Keiichi instead. That was just a small mistake. I am fine. If I get 50,000 yen, I can get a lifetime supply of soy sauce. Wait, Why ever would you buy soy sauce with a price like that? Because a certain someone always gives me a dirty look when I ask her to go and get soy sauce from the store. You are so mean, Rika. How much soy sauce do you think you can even get for 50,000 yen? I want to see. Keiichi joined the conversation, which finally brought us back to our normal place. In order to pursue a greater happiness, I need to sacrifice a smaller one. In a perfect world, Rika Furude was supposed to be surprised to hear from her best friend that the prize was 50,000 yen. But I already knew that. I knew it from my previous lives, so all I could do was give her a boring reaction. I cannot be surprised at the big prize of 50,000 yen. I cannot give her the reaction that she expects from me. I am losing the ability to be surprised by life. And after the continual repetition of small incidents like this, there will be nothing left that I can find interesting. I will have nothing to be surprised about. I will never be impressed with anything. Eventually, I will lose my emotions entirely. That is why I'm always trying to be careful. I make sure I act like the Rika Prude who does not know anything. Even though I may not be impressed, as a young girl, Rika Prude should be impressed with many things. Rika Prude is supposed to act excited when she encounters something for the first time. I try to at least, but the more and more I try, the more I feel like Rika Prude is someone very distant. Rika, I am sorry. I know I am only wasting my lifespan by feeling depressed like this. I should enjoy this life. I do not mean my lifespan literally. I am not referring to my physical lifespan, but my mental one. The more and more I repeat the same days, the more I lose, from wonder to passion, and eventually my life will become like an overplayed videotape. If I am tired of that tape, I have no choice to close my eyes and sleep. By the time I wake up, the video should be over. But in reality, my life is not a beat-up old videotape. If I close my eyes and sleep, that would be my death. When my mental lifespan is over, Rika Prude will turn into a doll who cannot even move a finger by her own will. When that happens, my pursuit of happiness will be over. I do not want that to happen. It has been at least 100 years, if not more. I have been stuck in this living hell for so long. I do not want my life to end here. Sorry, I am fine now. You must find it funny that I am complaining about only a century. I have grown used to this fate by now. Alright, I am fine. I am Rika Furude. I am Rika Furude. If I do not stay focused on being Rika Furude, I am afraid I might end up showing my true self inside of that shell. Rika Furude is supposed to be a cute, innocent little girl after all. What would you buy if you got 50,000 yen, Rena? I wonder if I can buy the Kentagon doll. Do you think they will sell it to me if I give 50,000 yen to the fried chicken store? I think it would be easier for you to buy the tools and wheelbarrow to steal the doll. I bet Rena-san could break the chain with her bare hands if she wanted to. I agree on that one. You are all so mean. Thus we rejoined the typical flow of conversation naturally. Once I enter that flow, it is not hard for me to continue as Rika Furude. Being Rika Furude is like flying a kite for me. Once it is up in the air, it can stay in the sky for a while. But if something happens and it loses control, it is one heck of a challenge to get back on track. Every time it tries to get back up in the air, the kite gets dragged on the ground and wears out. I am exactly like that. Finally, Mion started clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. I already knew the rules. The members will be broken into 5 different groups, and each group plays a game that they choose together. I was secretly hoping that Mion would change the rules for some reason. There is nothing more boring than to already know what's going to happen. Mion can be very capricious. She really might change the rules. Yeah, but it seems like she has been planning this game for several days already. A strong will can be faded too. Normally, when we are playing club activities, Mion decides what to play at the last minute. She opens her locker and randomly decides what game to play. For that reason, our club activities are rarely repeated throughout my lives. That is why I am never bored with them. But just as Hanyu said, today's event was something that Mion had been planning for a while. I was certain she would not suggest anything spontaneously today. In that case, this will not be up to random chance. Mion had only one idea in her mind, therefore it was equivalent to destiny. Although her idea of having this event in the toy store is actually a spontaneous one, in all the lives I have repeated, there is a very low chance for this event to occur. You should not expect anything to be different. I am not expecting it. Of course, I was lying just now. I was hoping that Mion would suggest a new rule for this game. If it was the same rules again, I would be suffering for a few minutes while I listened to her instructions. Nothing is more frustrating than walking the same path over and over again. Please, Mion, please change my fate. Please. First, we are going to be divided into 5 different groups, the winner from each table. It was the same rules after all. Sorry, I was holding on to a small hope. Small hopes will hurt you, Rika. You are right. You have told me so many times, but I never learn. Hanyu has taught me so many times. She taught me the trick to swimming in the flow of destiny. The flow of destiny is just like a river's. By going with the flow, I can swim the direction I want to some extent. But of course, trying to swim against the flow requires great effort. Allowing myself to drift causes the least amount of strain. Of course, some strong currents are impossible to resist, even with great effort. If I recklessly try to resist without realizing it is impossible, then I will only wear myself out needlessly, just as if fighting a river's current. So Hanyu taught me to read those currents, which is why I should have easily imagined that the rules would be the same the moment I learned Mion had planned today's event in advance. Yet I still wish the rules would be different, a completely wasteful action. In the end, my hopes were betrayed, only leaving my heart worn out. And things like that caused me to separate further from Rika Furude. Eventually, I will grow tired of everything, lose all interest, and die. A fate which cannot be fought must be accepted. I know you can read the flow of destiny, Rika. You are right. My lifespan is already growing short. I should treasure what I have left. I sighed and pretended as though I was listening to what Mion was explaining. What is wrong, Rika-chan? Are you bored? Keiichi surprised me all of a sudden. Are you talking to me? This had never happened before, so I thought he was talking to someone else. But it seemed like Keiichi really was talking to me. Yeah, you have looked bored ever since this morning. Are you sleepy from waking up too early? I was just thinking that I've already done this before. No one will understand what I mean anyway, but Keiichi might. And so I told him how I honestly felt. Are you serious? No wonder Mion seems so used to this. I am looking forward to it since it is my first time, though. I envied him for feeling that way. I sighed, knowing that I never will. I understand how frustrating it is to hear the same instructions over and over again. I went to cram school once and studied ahead a lot there. I remember how much I hated hearing the same lectures in school. Keiichi did not understand me, but I am glad that at least he understood how frustrating it was to repeat the same situation. I am the same. I am frustrated at school too. What? Are you really? You always seem so happy. Rika Furude is supposed to be happy at school. That is why I act that way. Hearing the same things over and over again is like torture. It is easy for me to change what Satoko cooks for dinner. I can simply volunteer to cook instead of her, but I cannot change what the teacher teaches at school every day. I have no choice but to be quiet and listen to her lecture. Yeah, there is nothing you can really do. You cannot just tell the teacher to move on because you already know what she is teaching you. But this is a different story. It is a game. It is a game, but is already predetermined. You do not know that. After all, we are being split into 5 tables by drawing lots, right? Plus, each group gets to choose what game their table plays. There is no way to predict what games we will do battle over or what exciting turnabouts await us today. But I can make a good guess. No, you cannot. Keiichi smiled as she contradicted me. That smile seemed so ignorant to me. While the groups will be decided by drawing lots, each club member will be in a different group. Keiichi will be sitting over there. My table will be right there. I will be playing a fishing game. You will be playing a game called Billionaire. I do not know how, but last time we were broken into 5 separate groups. It could not have been a coincidence. I am sure Mion did something to ensure it would end up like that. I am 100% sure. As for the games we play, I am not totally sure, but if each member in the group follows the same thinking patterns, they will probably end up making the same choices. If you roll a dice many times, you begin to approach the average. One person's spontaneous act can be random, but multiple people's thoughts can be averaged out for the most part. The more people that are involved, the more difficult it is to alter the path of fate. That is why I am pretty sure that we will end up playing the same games. Keiichi seemed surprised to hear my prediction. What the hell? Is that like a premonition? How can you be so sure? That is what fate is all about. Fate. That makes me want to smash that fate into pieces. He smiled at me again. I knew that he was just smiling without reason, but I felt a small hope from him. After all, Keiichi really did shatter fate before, but that was just a miracle that happened in my previous life. I could not expect him to do the same thing in this one. Otherwise, I would be worn down by my high expectations again. Alright, we are going to decide our groups by drawing lots from this box. The club members go first. Mion drew first, and Satoko followed. The results were the same as last time. I really don't want to fight against a club member at the very start. I am sorry if we get the same group, Rika-chan. Do not worry, your table is over there. Mine is right there. Whatever you say, you watch. Keiichi looked upset. See, my predictions are always right. It was a 20% chance. Anyone can make a random guess. Keiichi told me that was just a coincidence. Then what if I predicted my seat right too? What's the percentage for that? It's 20 of 20, so 4%. I will believe you if you get right with a percent that low. Keiichi grinned at me, believing such a chance was impossible. It's your turn now, Rika-chan. Mion handed me this box of slips. No matter what I did, I would be getting that table. There was a reason behind it. Mion was doing something to make sure that we all got a different table. I thought about why Mion would do that. With the information I have gathered about Mion over many years, I could see her reasoning. She probably thinks she'll feel bad if a member loses in the first stage. You are right. If the club members are in the same group, someone will have to lose. If everyone was in a different group, we would all have a chance to move on to the second stage. That is why she was controlling this draw. I put my hand inside of the box. I could feel several folded pieces of paper inside of it, but if you thought for a moment, it was odd. No matter which one I choose, I would never get any other table. I wonder how she's making it so you sit at that last table. Me too. Only Mion knows. All I know is that no matter which paper I choose, I will be sitting at that last table. I got it. All the papers in the box are the same. They must be. I bet Mion set some kind of trap in this box. It was probably a box for a magic show or something. There could be some kind of gimmick inside the box, and she can switch what's inside of it. Depending on who's drawing the paper, she would change out the lots and control the result. I did not know exactly how, but I was sure she was doing something. I did not even need to know how she was doing it. The most important thing was why. I don't know which one to pick. No matter which one you pick, your fate is already decided. She was admitting it herself. I was certain then. Based on what I found inside, there were less than 10 pieces of paper inside this box. In other words, there were hidden pieces of paper that I could not touch somewhere inside the box. I smiled at Mion as I figured out her trick, but she had no clue why I was smiling. I'm taking this one. Sure, let me see. Wow, the club members are all divided into separate groups. Mion behaved as though this was news to her. She is such an actress. The other contestants made a dissatisfied noise. They would have to face a club member no matter which table they got. Keiichi was surprised too. And not only because we were divided. See, our fate is already decided. I smiled at him in return. Keiichi was in denial for a moment, but then he smiled back at me. The possibility was 1 in 25. I am impressed. It was not. I predicted that Mion and Satoko would be at a different table, so the possibility was even lower than that. Keiichi understood that, but normal people like him cannot understand the meaning of fate. That is why he put it off as coincidence. But Keiichi, what if my prediction is right about what game you will be playing? The possibility will be 1 in billions. There are a lot of games in the store. What if that prediction is right too? Will he still believe it is just a coincidence? I stayed quiet in my seat and waited to see what game my group was going to decide on. They were going to choose the fishing game. I cannot expect them to choose anything other than that. I cannot have high expectations, otherwise I will be hurt again. One of the boys stood up. He walked toward the shelf full of games and picked up one box. He lifted the box above his head and turned around so he could show it to us. I closed my eyes as he did so, but I could still hear what he was saying. Check this out. Do you guys remember this? We should play this one. Yeah, it is the one with the spinning fish, right? I could taste the bitter chemicals from my brain in my mouth. I clenched my lips and tried to endure the numbing feeling. I am sorry. I guess I am not doing well today. For some reason, I cannot just accept this flow. It wasn't because I was not feeling well, of course. It was because of my emotions. Our powers are getting weaker, and we can only rewind about 2 weeks of our lives. I was feeling that the end was near for us. In order for me to prepare, change my tragic fate, I needed more time to prepare. But I can only go back 2 weeks. That means my power to resist my fate has significantly weakened. Even if I become as weak as a small leaf in the river, I should be able to do something in order to change my path. But if I can only go back to the point where I am getting ready to be swallowed into the whirlpool, there is no chance for me to escape it. I lived for so long, believing that I could eventually change my fate and survive. I believed that I had a chance in every moment of every life I lived, but there are limits to those chances. There are so many limits in my repeated lives, and perhaps this might be my last chance. That might be why I am feeling so restless. Stop it, Rika. The harder you think about it, the worse it will be on your mind. I know. Just be quiet already. My brain was numb as if surrounded by a gray mist. I was inside the crowded toy store, but felt very far away from everyone else. The tighter I closed my eyes and the harder I clenched my teeth, the emptier my head became. Rika, Rika, are you okay? As I tried to focus, I became conscious again. Hanyu looked at me with concern. I tend to lose my mind easily right after coming back from death. I usually have more time to relax and get used to my new life, but I have no time for that now. The Watanagashi festival is only 2 weeks away. I cannot just relax and wait for myself to get used to things. Do not be a wimp, Rika. Do not be a wimp. Fight against fate. But even if I do, that fate always betrays me and I grieve. What if I did the opposite? What if I did not fight against fate? A few weeks after the Watanagashi Festival of 1983, I will die because I am fated to do so. Fight, do not fight. 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 As I repeat the same words, they started to lose all meaning. I felt like I was chanting something. I bit my tongue in my mind and forced myself to stop thinking about it. I was calming down a little bit. When I opened my eyes, I saw the fishing game right in front of me, as well as my pole. Someone placed it there while I had my eyes closed. It was as if I was seeing the immovable reality of fate right in front of me. It felt like a final verdict to me. What do you think, Keiichi? Is this what fate is all about? Do I want to earn his agreement or his sympathy? I stood up and walked toward Keiichi's table. His group could not decide on a game, so the store owner was deciding for them. Just like the last time, the store owner will pick the game of life. It is kind of unfair to play a game that your opponent chooses. We could not decide on anything because we kept refusing each other's suggestions. Has your table decided on what to play? You can see it for yourself. He looked at my table and saw the fishing game there. Keiichi was surprised to see that my prediction was right again. He also remembered that I predicted his game too. So you're saying that the owner is going to bring out the game of life, just as you predicted. I am pretty good at predicting things. Are you serious? Alright, I will believe you if he really brings us a game of life. You bet. Your group is going to play the game of life. Fine, I am willing to bet you. Do not cheat and talk him into it. He wants you to play a game he has a lot of, so he'll be bringing that one out. I remember I was covered by dust when you gave it to them last time. Since we had to buy the game if we lost, he was trying to sell products he had a surplus of. Therefore, he will not be choosing any game at random. He will be looking for one with bad sales, with a strong will to do so. That will of his is going to make the pull of fate all the stronger. In that sense, there is no guarantee that he will be choosing the game of life specifically. He might choose something else that's also overstocked. The owner finally reappeared with a box covered in dust. Whoa, see? I told you so. He has a game of life box in his hands. The part of me that hoped it would not be the game of life tasted bitterness at the betrayal, but the cynical part of me that expected it to happen found it amusing in a way. I felt like my personality was twisting more and more. Why did you pick that game? Well, I just picked it at random. I found it in the pile of inventory I have in the back. It is not like I brought the most beat up one. When he heard that, the owner chose the game randomly. Keiichi shrugged his shoulders in confusion. That must be his way of surrendering. Hey, Rika-chan, is this really a prediction? Well, some old people from the village once told me that you are the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. They told me that you have special powers. They said your predictions are always accurate. Is that really true? I was surprised that Keiichi actually believed the superstitious stories he heard from the elderly villagers. I just know that which is destined to happen. To make it clearer is because I've already witnessed this world once before. Damn, I cannot even make fun of you. Keiichi seemed like he was just fooling around. He probably only thinks I am goofing around and acting haughty because my random predictions all came true. I had hope for him. I thought the owner might bring a different game, because Keiichi once had the power to change fate. But that did not happen. I am not surprised, but I felt betrayed again. It hurts. I won the bet. I speak to Keiichi sarcastically. I wanted him to understand that no one can change the path of fate. However, Keiichi did nothing but smile. Do not get carried away, Rika-chan. Do not just say that you can read the future. For a guy, words like destiny and fate mean a lot more than you think. They are not things you can figure out that easily. I had no idea what he was trying to say, but he made me nervous. It was not a scary feeling. It was closer to hope. You said it was fate that the owner would choose the game of life. I have to admit that your prediction was correct, but you also said something else. What did I say? You said I was fated to play it. Yes, it was indeed his fate. Fate can change sometimes with uncertainty and time, but the possibility that would change this situation was very slight. I doubted that anything would turn out differently. In that case, I will change that fate. Keiichi stood up in a hurry. Then he started talking to Tomita and Okamura, his group members. Sorry if I owned that game at home. I know every little rule about it. What? Is that true? Yep. So that's won't be a fair game for us to play. Sir, I am sorry, but can you give us a different game? Sure, I will bring you guys a different one. The owner picked up the game of life again and took it back into storage. As I remained there in shock, he returned with a game called Pop-Up Pirate. How about this one? Oh, that's the one where we stab a knife inside the barrel. What do you guys think? This is a fair game, isn't it? Yeah, the rules are simple enough. Let us play that one. We got a deal now. We are going to play Pop-Up Pirate. Keiichi winked at me as I stood there with my mouth open. It looked like he had just forcefully changed my prediction. But for me, it is not that simple. It was supposed to be fate. That is why the owner brought the game of life to their table. They were supposed to play that game. That is what happened the last time. That is what was supposed to happen. But he just changed that fate in front of my eyes like it was nothing. It is as if someone asked me to stand on an egg on its end. And as I struggled to do so, Keiichi forcefully cracked the egg and made it stand up in front of me. I should have had far greater power than Keiichi, but why was I feeling so weak? Was it because I was not trying to fight against fate so I would not get hurt? Because I was going with the flow without trying too hard? What was I thinking? You looked so bored just a few minutes ago. I know why. You did not want to play the fishing game, did you? Yeah, I am not going to hide it anymore. Then that is easy. So I am a witch who's been living for more than 100 years. So I thought I was better than everyone, just because I can see the paths of fate. That is stupid. I really am so stupid. Keiichi tapped me on the back. He was urging me to return to my table. The sensation of his touch filled up my heart with emotion. I was not going to stand idly by anymore. I thought I could not cheat fate. I thought 2 weeks was not enough. But Keiichi justified his fate in a matter of 5 minutes. I feel bad for the fishies when I play the fishing game. I want to play something else. The other people at my table looked at me with confused expressions. Their reactions were scaring me. Right at that moment, I could really feel that I was facing the impenetrable wall of fate. Even so, I have nothing to be scared of. Sure, what game do you want to play? We will play whatever you want. They accepted my suggestion and gave up on the fishing game so easily. That is right. I used to be much more aggressive before, but I became so tired and bitter and mean. I gave in to fate, but I am not going to yield anymore. Keiichi taught me that. He did not have any memories from his previous life, but Keiichi was still Keiichi. He would never give in to fate. For the first time in a long while, I feel motivated to fight. If I want to, I can change destiny in 5 minutes, and I have 2 whole weeks to work with. I am different now. I am going to fight against fate. Let us do our best. In contrast to my motivation, Hanyu was wearing a sad expression. I see. We cannot hold you here if you have to go help your uncle. Yeah, it is a pretty small store after all. But could he couldn't he have guessed that if he did a bargain sale his place would be packed? I can't believe he's selling a carton of eggs for only 10 yen. As we were getting ready to move on to the next stage, Mihan got a call from work. This was fated to happen too. If I was still feeling depressed, I would have been disgusted with this sensation. But after learning what it felt like to change fate, I was in a good mood. Keiichi and Mion seemed like they kept regretting that they were unable to settle the match. They really are such good friends. They are so close. I feel kind of jealous. We really do not have any other boys his age in our class, do we? I suppose Mion is something like a male friend to Keiichi-san. But Mi-chan is a girl. She cannot be another guy for him. Of course I know that, but when they are together they look like 2 boys hanging out. Rena and Satoko enjoyed the lingering excitement of the day as they watched Mion and Keiichi happily goof off. The next moment the owner came out from the store. Thank you for today, everyone. You brought me a lot of customers. He was holding 4 paper bags in his hands. I remember. He gave us gifts as a reward for today. I think there were dolls inside. Here are your rewards for today. Hey, Uncle Yoshiro, don't I get one? He was giving them only to us. Mion didn't get anything because she is a family member. That is what happened last time too. Oh look, something cute is inside. Satoko let out a cheer of joy as she saw a cute doll inside of her bag. Rena reacted the same way. This is so cute. I can take it home with me? Really? Did I get one too? Wow, look at this cute doll. Keiichi got a gorgeous, expensive-looking doll. It was by far the best one. It was adorable even to my eyes. Satoko, Rena, and Mion were feeling the same way. Kei-chan got the one that fits him the least. Mion started making fun of him right away. She was only saying that because she was jealous that Keiichi got a doll that she really wanted. This is pretty and cute. I can admit that, but it's not really my type of toy. Yeah, people will think you're a pervert if you carry that thing around. Mion just cannot be honest with herself. It was obvious that she was just trying to make him give up the doll so she could have it herself. She should just admit that and ask Keiichi for it. But that's the cute side of Mion. I bet Keiichi can never understand that. Keiichi cannot keep the doll after receiving that much bullying from Mion. He was thinking about who he should give it to. He probably did not want to give it to Mion. Time froze for a moment. Hanyu whispered something in my ear. Rika, do you remember? Yes. I advised him on who he should give the doll to. I did nothing and watched the events unfold. Hold up. What? 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 Um, um, what? What? I did nothing and watched the events unfold. I thought about telling Keiichi to give the doll to Mion, but I stayed quiet because I wanted to believe in him. When we were in the same situation in a previous life, Keiichi gave the doll to Rena. Mion was deeply hurt by that, and the tragedy began shortly after that. If I didn't do anything and just watched him now, things were going to end up the same way. But I am sure that Keiichi deeply regretted the fact that he did not give the doll to Mion in that previous world. And while I was aware he did not have any memories from that world, I was hoping that his heart vaguely remembered that strong emotion. I challenged him without telling him anything. Keiichi is contemplating whether he should give the doll to Mion or Rina. He finally opens his mouth. Mion, if you think I would look like a pervert with this doll, who do you think deserves to have it? I don't know. All I'm saying is that dolls aren't for boys. I see. Then I guess you can have it. Here. Keiichi tossed the doll to Mion as if passing her a basketball, as if forcing her to carry his bag or something. Mion's face quickly turned red. Feeling shy, Keiichi turned away from her. That was amazing. Keiichi just made a miracle happen again. He did it without any memory of his previous life. It was exactly the same situation as in the previous world, but he made a totally different decision. Keiichi, Rika, this might just be a coincidence, you know? A strong will is directly related to fate. If his will to give the doll to Rena was weak, this might have been a result of that. But I don't feel it was just a coincidence. I believe that Cage remembers something in his heart, and because of that, he made some progress. Leon, having turned red, insisted that the cute doll would be a much better fit for Rena. Her attitude made it clear that she really wanted the doll, but could not be honest about it. This old man just thinks that cute dolls like this are more for girly girls, you know? Oh, thank you for the follow. Key Ion Iki, if I'm reading those eyes as eyes properly. Key Ion I kill. Key Ion kill. Kill only kill. I's can be hard to distinguish from L's. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying yourself and having a great day. This doll does not deserve to be owned by a tomboy like that, like me. I know it. I know that you want it. It is written all over your face. No, it is not written on my face. You are lying. Stop being mean. Mion shook her head with an embarrassed look, pretending she was not interested in the doll. Everyone here knew that she wanted it. We all looked at Mion with big smiles on our faces. Hey, it's not like I can only give this doll to a girl. Just think of it as my gift to you as a friend. Is that so? So you would give a doll to a boy too? Well, I would choose something else if I had a choice. But anyway, guys would never reject a gift unless there's something shady going on. It's just me being generous. Why would you refuse it? Oh, so I can accept this doll, even though I am not a girly girl. Everyone thought Mion's reaction was hilarious. Rena could not stop chuckling. Satoko and I burst out laughing too. Mion, having realized she was being laughed at, got even more embarrassed. I'm offering this to you as a friend. I don't want to hear that you are not cherishing it. Okay. This old man just wants to make it clear that he's not accepting this because he wants his doll. He's taking it because you said it's a gift from you as a friend. He's taking it as a courtesy so he doesn't disrespect your generosity. Hanyu was cracking up too. She was laughing in a loud voice, knowing that no one could hear her anyway. But this was really a good way to resolve the problem. I thought that Mion's issue in the previous life was that she wanted Keiichi.
Said, "Do you enjoy this game?"
I do. I have been greatly enjoying it. This is literally my first playthrough of it, so it's all completely new for me. But I have been greatly enjoying it. And thank you, TTS, for letting me know which ones were I's and which ones were L's. Kill, Oni, kill. Have you played this game before? I know there's an anime too. Somebody said that as well. She got the doll, but Keiichi still was not treating her that way. Still, Mion looked very happy. Maybe it wasn't a big deal after all. I'm sure that Mion will take the doll with her to bed tonight. She'll kiss it goodnight too. I could bet on that. It was written all over her face. She's finally accepted it. It was a challenge just for me to give her a doll. Keiichi turns around to face us, smiling bitterly.
Kilonigil said, "No, I prefer Roblos."
Roblos. I don't honestly know that one as much. I've heard about it vaguely a little bit. It's sort of like a mix of games, isn't it? You did it though. It was perfect. I am impressed that you managed it. Mion-san was hilarious. It was obvious the moment you looked that she really wanted the doll. Isn't that the truth? Hey, you guys, are you saying rude things about this old man? Knock it off already. Don't you have to get to work? You're going to be late. You guys better watch yourselves. Mion seemed like she wanted to stay longer, but after looking at her watch, she started heading to work.
Kilonigil said, "Your avatar gonna make me act up."
Oh, well, hopefully it's in a good way. Hopefully it's not in a demon, you're going to kill everybody way. For the record, by the way, if you're more into more RPG type stuff, in my description it does explain that I do those on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So, no, Thursdays and Fridays. Wednesday is Star Wars, so. Everyone was wearing smiles on their faces. Today was such a fun day. Everyone had lots of fun and no one was hurt. I've repeated the same day so many times before, but this time something was different. It's like I rolled a die and got a 6, and then I rolled it again and got a 6 again. I don't know if this was just a lucky coincidence or if it was meant to be. It's as if the god of fate is celebrating my motivation to fight against him. And my schedule is extremely fixed. I have a bit of an obsession over schedules. So it's like 12 Central Standard Time to 1800, which is right now. So probably going to read the new tip and then go ahead and head off. I was watching TV with Satoko and Hanyu after eating dinner. It was a variety show and the performers were making the audience laugh. We were laughing too. Look at you now. But it looked so painful. While the three of us were enjoying ourselves, in reality there was only Satoko and me in the room. I am the only one who could see Hanyu. Satoko cannot see her at all. Hanyu responds every time Satoko says anything. Satoko cannot hear her, but Hanyu still responds to her when she's in a good mood. It's like she's answering a question asked on TV.
Kilonigil said, Well, I'm gonna peace out. Enjoy your game.
Okay, stay safe, buddy, and feel free to come tomorrow for some Star Wars. A lot more action there. Or Breach Wanderers on Thursday and Friday. Stay safe, and thank you for the follow. You could even compare it to playing House. She started playing this game with other people because she cannot communicate with anyone else but me. Hanyu always attends our club meetings and has a good time there too. If she could communicate with my other friends, she would have been a good match for us. But I don't want to hurt her feelings by thinking about that. If the story of the miracle written in the old scriptures is true, if it is really Hanyu who performed it, she is someone who had tremendous power long ago. But now she does not have any spiritual power, and I am the only one who can even see her. Hanyu has never told me how she lost her power. I just have to assume that her spiritual power diminished over time. There's a legend in the Furude family that says Oyashiro-sama will be reborn if a girl is born to the family 7 generations in a row. With my birth, Hanyu was finally able to communicate with a human for the first time in centuries. Does that mean Oyashiro-sama has returned? The villager's image of Oyashiro-sama does not quite match up with that of Hanyu, especially when I see her lying on her belly and watching TV with Satoko. Good times with Oyashiro-sama. Not completely sure if that choice actually makes any difference. We haven't had any choices made this entire time, but apparently we had a choice to make at one point. And apparently I have to continue in order to exit. But anyway, yeah, that will be it for today. It is 1800, and it's time for me to go eat suppers. So I think I will be playing Star Wars tomorrow. And apparently we've got a little bit of a cutscene here before it'll let me click for that, so I'll just go ahead and save it here, I guess. So we don't go through that cutscene again. There we go.